I will begin our roll call. So Brandon Brown here, Vice Chair Mountcastle.
Here.
Diana Saganovich.
Here.
David Gatton. I see your box, Dave, but I don't hear you or see you yet. So once you come on, just announce yourself if you can hear me. Back to my. All right, Shanoa Miller. Ed Moore. Glenn Parker III.
Here.
All right, Billy Sharp.
Here.
And Waverly Willis. I believe Mr. Willis actually sent me a notification that he would not be able to make it. So I was not expecting him. Dave, I now see you on cam. So we'll let the record reflect that Dave is here. Dave, can you hear us? Yes, you can hear us. Okay. Well, while you're working out those technical difficulties, I'll push forward a little bit. Okay. Do we have so we have two meeting minutes that we need to approve, one for December 9th and one for December 23rd. First, can I get a motion to, well, I guess, does anyone have any edits or suggestions or changes to either of the minutes, December 9th or December 23rd? Okay, seeing none, does anyone want to make a motion to approve these minutes? We'll make them one at a time.
I can make a motion, Chair.
Okay.
All right. I make a motion that we accept the meeting minutes from December 9th.
Second.
All right. That was seconded by Member Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain. I was not present. And for the record, I was here for roll call, but my mic wasn't working.
All right, got it. We got one extension from Member Gatton.
And abstention from Saganovich also. I was not at that meeting.
Right. So we still have, yep, we're still good. We got a 4 of 6. All right, so that motion still carries. All right, can we get another motion for the 23rd?
All right. I make a motion to accept the meeting minutes from the special meeting on December 23rd.
All right, we have
Second.
a motion. Seconded by by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. All right, so we have adopted those 2 minutes. Now we can move to public comment. Do we have anyone here for public comment?
No, we do not.
Okay. All right. Well, seeing that we have no one here for public comment, we will now move forward with our presentation of investigations. So do we have any complainants who are here? We'll start with their cases first, if we have any.
No, we don't.
Okay, so since we don't have any complainants who are here, then we will move forward in the order of our agenda. So I'm going to turn it over to, Jessica, am I turning it over to you, or are we turning it over to Kristen?
Yeah, Kristen's camera and mic aren't working, nor is the ability to post live. So we are recording, but I'll be presenting the cases.
Okay. As long as the meeting is being recorded, then we're fine. If it can't be live streamed, then it is what it is. But I don't want to slow down the meeting trying to do that. So okay, all right. Well, then we'll turn it over to our general manager, Jessica Watson.
Okay, we're going to start with case number 1 on the agenda, is OPS 2022-0192. The complainant is Matthew Graff, and the investigator is Investigator Lampkin.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. This is again OPS case number 2022-0192. The complainant name is Matthew McGrath, and the subject is Patrol Officer Lawrence Smith, badge number 882. The initial allegation is A, bias policing. In the case summary, on August 5th, 2022, OPS received a complaint from Mr. McGrath stating he called the Cleveland Division of Police due to a disorderly tenant, Ms. Diamond Willis, who was residing at the property where he was facilitating work. The complainant stated that Detective Smith, badge number 882, told the complainant that he knew who he was and also that he knew his family was fraudulent. The key findings. During the OPS investigation, Mr. McGrath reported that P.O. Smith, badge number 882, made a biased remark toward him by stating, "I know who you are," which Mr. McGrath interpreted as implying prior interaction or preconceived judgment. In addition, during his WCS interview, Patrol Officer Smith, badge number 882, denied any bias intent, explaining that his comment was not directed at Mr. McGrath personally, noting that Miss Willis was close in age to his daughter. In referencing this case, the reference to these cases was the Cleveland Division of Police Detective Manual, Section 5, treat all parties with dignity and respect. Number 2, Manual Rule 5, behavior, Section 5.01, personnel should not engage in any conduct, speech, or acts while on or off duty that will reasonably tend to diminish the esteem of the Division of Police or its personnel in the eyes of the public. And 3, bias-free policing. Members shall treat everyone with courtesy, professionalism, dignity, respect, and equality. OPS findings. OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation A, bias policing against P.O. Smith, badge number 882, as the preponderance of evidence supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. Are there any questions or concerns?
All right. Thank you for that presentation. I see a couple hands. Member Sharp, I saw your hand first, then we'll go to Member Saganovich.
All right. More of sort of a clarification. So I reviewed this case. The officer did make the comment, but the comment could have been perceived as the complainant is speaking, that he is the property manager. The officer, I know who you are. The comment about his family being doing something that's illegal or whatever that was, the officer never made that comment. That comment came from the young lady's mother over a cell phone. So that, I don't know how that comment was contributed to the officer making that comment. So just wanted to put that out there.
All right. Thank you, Member Saganovich.
Member Sharp covered everything. Thank you.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. I actually did have a couple of questions. 1 second. I'm actually getting sorry to mess with you. And Member Miller was having some trouble logging on. Okay. So we should probably expect her shortly. Sorry about that. So I did have a couple questions as well. So I saw that in this particular report that there was an addendum done to the original report because the original report there was a different recommendation. And
Correct.
so I guess my question, not that I'm disagreeing with what the ultimate recommendation was, but I'm just curious as to why there was a shift from basically what seemed like November, which is when it was signed off on before, and
Mhm.
January when it was signed off on again.
Okay, so my initial findings was unfounded. And so when it was presented for review, it was sent back for founded based on the principle that the officer compared the young lady to his own personal daughter, and I guess and put itself in a position where if that was my daughter, would I want anyone treating her that way? But when we review the bias plea, the GPO, and the part where general guidelines, a member shall, after the first statement, the rest of the GPO only makes references to police conduct and police course, his obligation as an officer. And then when I spoke with our admin regarding, you know, what we deduce, then we took it back to unfounded as bias policing.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there was something on the record to account for the change, just in case, you know, a member of the public ever, you know, pulls the file and sees that there's two different recommendations.
Got it.
But I mean, I think the point that you hit on is one I also wanted to bring up, which is that this is the allegation here was for bias policing. And I think that it's important that we all have a very specific understanding of what bias policing is defined as in the GPO.
Correct.
And bias policing is specifically related to discrimination based on a demographic classification of some sort. And so in this particular case, I think the idea was I'm actually not sure where the complainant was necessarily getting at with the bias police. I think they were just saying, oh, this person claims that he knows me and knows something about me. And so therefore,
Right.
the officer was not being impartial, right? Which, regardless of whether that is or is not the case, that allegation, as explained, would not fall under bias policing as it is defined by the police department. Now, that being said, that doesn't mean that this still couldn't be adjudicated under, say, unprofessional conduct, right? If the officer is generally speaking doing something that they're not supposed to be doing, and behaving in a manner they're not supposed to be behaving in, for whatever reason, whether it's because they have a personal relationship with somebody or something like that. So that was something that I definitely did want to discuss about the bias policing, because the other thing is that per charter, if there's a bias policing charge that we sustain, there's a presumption of termination. So we have to be very careful about understanding when there's bias policing versus just bias policing in the definitional term versus there's just an officer who's showing that they may not be impartial in a situation based on some sort of non-demographic circumstance, if that makes sense. I won't keep word vomiting. Does anybody else have anything else that they wanted to talk about on this particular case before we move to motions? Okay. Does anyone else want to make any motions?
I can.
Okay.
All right. Case number 2022-0192. Allegation of bias policing against P.O. Smith, badge number 882. My recommendation is for unfounded based on the preponderance of evidence, given that the action did occur but did not violate manual rules 5.01, GPO 1.07.08. My recommendation is for unfounded. Now, I'm
Right,
sorry,
friendly.
I didn't have the matrix in front of me, so I kind of winged it.
So can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
If it occurred, wouldn't it be exonerated? Unfounded would be it didn't happen.
So I think specifically here, well, to answer your question specifically, yes, if it occurred, it would be exonerated and not unfounded. I think we have two statements here, one of which is the I know you, which did happen, but then there's the other statement of your family's degenerates or something like that, that did not occur. So we do kind of have a mix. So I think we'd be fine either way.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks, Chair, for clarifying that, because that was my mind frame. One did actually occur, but there was one that can't be attributed to the officer.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can we get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Gatton. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. Member Parker, did you vote?
Aye.
With the ayes? Okay, I just want to make sure. Okay. All right, well, that motion carries. And I think that was it for that case. So we can move on to the next one.
Okay, the next case is case number 2 on the agenda. It's OPS 2023-0222. The complainant is Torian Williams, and the investigator is Investigator Eisen.
OPS 2023-0222. Mr. Torian Williams alleged a lack of service against P.O. Robert Langley, badge number 1930, P.O. Giovanni Smith, badge number 285, Detective Cassandra Grace, badge number 229, Sergeant Albert Oliver, badge number 9220, P.O. Carlos Mungia, badge number 1813, and Dispatcher Makiba Greer, badge number 111. He filed 2 police reports in 3 days, the first September 11th, 2023, and again September 14th, 2023. He wanted to file stolen property reports, but received lost property reports. The basis for these reports being lost property instead of stolen property stems from his admission that he left his property at a convenience store. He called 911 on September 16th, 2023, and told the initial call taker that he was assaulted, requesting EMS and police. No one was ever dispatched to Mr. Williams' location. The call logs show 3 priority 1s and 4 priority 2s between 7:21 p.m. and 8:55 p.m. during his first couple of calls. Additionally, there were 6 priority 1s and 7 priority 2s between 9:54 p.m. and 11:32 p.m. when he repeatedly called back. Mr. Williams' call was labeled as CIT. Mr. Williams disclosed multiple Mr. Williams disclosed multiple diagnoses to OPS staff during his intake interview. A witness from the 2100 Lakeside Men's Shelter said Mr. Williams stayed there during 2020, including 2 different hotels during the height of the COVID pandemic. LMM, the organization running the 2100 Lakeside, would not have had access to hotel security footage during their hotel program. Mr. Williams never interacted with P.O. Langley or Sergeant Oliver. Sergeant Oliver signed a supplemental report that had been taken for Mr. Williams. OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for the allegation of lack of service against both P.O. Langley and Sergeant Oliver, as the preponderance of the evidence, to include officers' WCS and incident reports, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. P.O. Smith and P.O. Mungia took reports from Mr. Williams. Detective Grace said she could not take a report on something that had already been taken. Furthermore, Mr. Williams told Detective Grace he spoke with Sergeant Oliver, and she told him she was unable to go above Sergeant Oliver because Sergeant Oliver outranked her. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated to the allegation of lack of service against P.O. Smith, P.O. Mungia, and Detective Grace, as the preponderance of the evidence, to include the officers' WCS and incident reports, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur but was consistent with CDP Manual Rule 4.18. Dispatcher Makiba Greer was the call taker on September 16th, 2023, when Mr. Williams requested police and EMS. She was the first of many call takers. She told OPS she would have sent the call to someone else to dispatch the call, someone else to dispatch the call based on CDP dispatch operational procedures. OPS recommends a finding of exonerate for the allegation of lack of service against dispatcher Greer as the preponderance of the evidence to include an interview and call log supports finding that the alleged conduct did occur but was consistent with CDP Manual Rule 5.01. I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Investigator Isaac? All right, hearing none. Does anyone want to make some motions? Before we do make motions, though, I will say I know we've been consolidating a lot of or trying to consolidate some of these motions. We do have a few of these that have the same allegation, but for various reasons. So I don't know if, how the board feels about whether or not we should separate these motions out, because technically the allegations are not based on like the exact same conduct, even though they're the same allegation. It's all kind of various things that happened along the complainant trying to report these complaints and that kind of thing. So, Billy, I see your hand up, but I also see that Mike has just is visual now, so I'm assuming that means he has something to say. So I'll defer to Mike first, and I'll come back to you.
So if the and this is a important, and it's sometimes going to be a hard distinction to make, but you guys should err on the side of if the reasoning or the rationale that you're going to present is going to be worded differently, I would err on the side of making separate recommendations. I know that's going to add a couple minutes here and there when we do this, but that would be the proper way to do it, would be my recommendation.
Okay, and that was my thoughts. That was my thought as well. So I appreciate that. All right, so I think we should just move forward with that, unless someone feels really strongly otherwise. Then we can discuss it. But with that, I think we can move forward and make some motions. Let's take these all separately, kind of in the old way that we did them for this case. So it might take again a little bit longer, but that's all right. And if you need to refer to the report for language for your motion, the report does a really good job of kind of laying out facts, rule analysis right in that order. So yeah, if anyone would like to make some motions, now's the time. If not, I can make them. Okay, seeing none, hearing none, I will make the motions. All right. Just pulled up. All right, in case number 2023-0222 for Detective Cassandra Grace, badge number 229, for the allegation of lack of service, insufficient service, an alleged violation of Manual Rule 4.18. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur. But that conduct was not in violation of GPO 4.18.
Second.
Okay, that works. Thank you. Seconded by Member Parker III. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case, 2023-0222. This is for dispatcher Makiba Greer, badge number 111, for the allegation of lack of service, insufficient service. I am also going to move that this be exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, as the preponderance of the evidence supports that the alleged conduct did occur, but that it was not in violation of any manual rules or GPOs.
Second.
Seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2023-0222. This is for PO Carlos Manguia, badge number 1813, for lack of service, insufficient service under Manual Rule 4.18. I move that this be exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including documentation, as well as WCS footage, and I already said documentation, shows that the alleged conduct did occur, but that it was not in violation of any manual rules or GPOs.
Second.
Seconded by member Parker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Same case 2023-0222. This is for Officer Robert Langley, badge number 1930. I move that this be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence supports the finding that the alleged conduct did not occur.
Second.
All right, that has been seconded by member, that was Parker the third.
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Case number 2023-0222. It's for Sergeant Albert Oliver, badge number 9220. I move that this be this for allegation A of lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 4.18. I move that this be unfounded, as well as the preponderance of the evidence, including written reports, interviews, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur.
Second.
Seconded by member Miller. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. And last one, 2023-0222. It's for PO Giovanni Smith, badge number 285. This is for allegation of lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 4.18. I move that this be exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence supports the finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but that it was consistent with division standards, GPOs, and rules.
Second.
Seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. And I think that's all we have on that case.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there was another Sergeant Bickerstaff that, should we acknowledge that it was administratively dismissed because he's no longer with the police department? Should we acknowledge that on the record?
Yep. So acknowledged.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yep. But there was a sergeant who's no longer with the department. All right. So with that, we can move on to the next case.
Okay, moving on to case number 3, that is OPS 2023-0231. Complainant is Nehemiah Jackson and the investigator is Investigator Oak.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is OPS case 2023-0231 with the complainant, Mr. Nehemiah Jackson. Subject officer is Patrol Officer Sean Manzak, badge 1235. So on September 18th, 2023, OPS received a complaint from Mr. Nehemiah Jackson against Patrol Officer Sean Manzak. He alleged that the officer failed to make an arrest for criminal damaging, disorderly conduct, menacing, and criminal mischief. He also alleged that the officer was unprofessional by crossing out a misdemeanor form to take his statement instead of using a property damage form and tampered with evidence. Mr. Jackson showed a video of his neighbor, Mr. Billy Lyons, hitting his fence with his car door. P.O. Manzak said that he would not arrest Mr. Lyons. Mr. Jackson requested a supervisor. P.O. Manzak had his supervisor, Sergeant Charles Bodie, respond. Sergeant Bodie agreed with P.O. Manzak that not enough damage was done to warrant a criminal damaging arrest. P.O. Manzak recommended to Mr. Jackson that he call to have a property surveyor come check the property line. P.O. Manzak took Mr. Jackson's written statement for a non-criminal property damage on a misdemeanor complaint form due to there not being an official property damage statement form. A non-criminal report was made for Mr. Jackson. And with that, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A, lack of service against Patrol Officer Sean Manzak, badge 1235. As the preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports the finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with CDP Manual of Rules 4.18 and 9.05. And then also OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation B, unprofessional behavior and conduct against Patrol Officer Sean Manzak, badge 1235. As the preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer's actions were consistent with CDP Manual of Rules 3.12 and 5.01. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you for that report. Does anyone have any questions for Investigator Oak? All right. Hearing none. Hold on. My video just changed the layout, which is weird because now I can't see everybody. Okay. If any board members need to say anything, and if you just make sure you guys come off mute, because I might not be able to see the hand raise because I can't see everybody on the screen at once anymore. I don't know why some layout just changed it, but but hearing that no one has any questions for Investigator Oak, would anyone like to make any motions? All right, hearing none, I will make some motions. All right, in case number 2023-0231 for Officer Sean Manzak, badge number 1235, regarding allegation A of lack of service, insufficient service, in alleged violation of Manual Rules 4.18 and 9.05. I move for a finding of exonerated as the alleged conduct did occur and that the officer did refuse to make any sort of arrest or make a report beyond the misdemeanor complaint. But that conduct was consistent with, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards that are outlined in our GPOs and manual rules, because there was not enough damage done to warrant any further complaint levels. And so with that, I move that this be exonerated.
Second.
All right, seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case. This is 2023-0231. This is in for Officer Sean P.O. Manzak, badge number 1235. This is for allegation B of unprofessional behavior or conduct and alleged violation of manual rules 3.12 or 3.12. And I move that this be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, reports, and WCS footage. Supports a finding that this conduct did not occur.
Second.
Seconded by member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and that's all we have for that case. So let's move along.
Okay, next on the
Oh wait,
agenda,
actually,
we have,
hold on. Sorry, before we move along. Sorry. Oh, okay. My page did flip back. We have someone here who's here under the phone number of 230-848-0968. It's a lot of numbers. So I don't think that's a phone number. And I'm not sure if that's someone from the public or from OPS. So I'll ask, is that a member of the public? I won't necessarily have to ask you to identify yourself. I don't know that you have to, but I do want to make sure that we're aware that I just want to be aware of who's on the call. So 230, I don't know if you want to unmute and at least say if you're a member of the public or. Okay. All right. Well, giving them a chance to identify themselves. I don't think I don't know that we are required to have them identify themselves. And I by no means I'm trying to like call people out. I just saw that there's a number there, and I'm just wanted to make sure that that it wasn't somebody who needed to be recognized for a case or anything like that. So okay, but hearing none, then yeah, we will continue. I will also want to acknowledge that member Ed Moore has joined us on the call. Member Moore, can you hear us? All right.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great, and we can hear you as well. Sorry, it seemed like there was a mix-up about the in-person versus virtual. So sorry you went all the way down to City Hall, man.
Yeah, I guess that's what happens when you don't read your whole email.
Oh well, you said it, not me. But I'm glad you're here. All right. So with that, yeah, I'll turn it back over to GM Watson so we can continue forward.
okay, next on the agenda, we have case number 4. That is OPS 2023-0252. The complainant is Martha Figueroa, and that it will be presented by Investigator Oak.
All right. So again, this is OPS case 2023-0252 with complainant Ms. Martha Figueroa. There's a handful of subject officers, so bear with me. So we have subject officers, Patrol Officer Spencer Camp, badge 1516, Patrol Officer Luis Melendez Jr., badge 1562, dispatchers Sonia Alvarez, badge 31, Sarah Cook, badge 183, Paige Vargo, badge 5, Mary Grisella Mewapiana, badge 151, Linda Vole, badge 127, Jacqueline Ortiz Melendez, badge 132, Jackie Williams, badge 174, and Constance Hollinger, badge 104. So on October 12th, 2023, Ms. Figueroa stated that the police were dispatched to her daughter's residence, who has an intellectual disability, after she was assaulted by another household member. She reported dissatisfaction with both the police response, the dispatcher's handling of the situation, and that there was discrimination against her daughter due to race. OPS conducted an investigation into these allegations, and it was found that PO Camp accidentally marked arrived while still en route to the residence, which caused confusion. Ms. Figueroa alleged that the officers failed to listen to her side of the story. WCS footage is indicative of the officers speaking with all involved party members and explaining the rationale. Police reports were completed for both parties due to not being able to identify a primary aggressor. PO Camp consulted with his sergeant and lieutenant once he was made aware of the daughter's disability. Mrs. Figueroa suggested that racial bias influenced the officer's handling of the situation, pointing to differences in how her daughter was treated compared to the white juvenile suspect, and alleging that the suspect's father had ties to the 2nd District. A review of the WCS footage and incident report shows that officers explained the juvenile process, including DH's refusal to admit a juvenile for a misdemeanor assault. Supervisors directed that 2 reports be completed and that detectives would follow up to identify a primary aggressor. There's no evidence in the reports, recordings, or event timeline that suggests race played a role in the officers' decisions. In addition, the complainant's reference to the suspect's father's police affiliation was never raised or acknowledged during any of the officer interactions. And then with that, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A, lack of service, against the following dispatchers: Sonia Alvarez, Sarah Cook, Paige Vargo, Mary Grisella Mwapiana, Linda Vall, Jacqueline Ortiz Melendez, Jackie Williams, and Constance Hollinger, as the preponderance of evidence shows a workload delay and not officer or dispatcher neglect. And then for allegation B, lack of service against Spencer Camp and P.O. Melendez Jr., OPS recommends a finding of unfounded, as the preponderance of evidence to include the officer's WCS supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur, as the officers spoke with all parties, documented the incident, and consulted with supervisors per Manual of Rules 4.18. And then lastly, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation C, bias policing against P.O. Spencer Camp and P.O. Luis Melendez Jr., as a preponderance of evidence to include the officer's WCS supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur, as there's no evidence that race influenced officer actions. Decisions were based on policy and consistent with Manual of Rules 3.12. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, investigator. Oh, does anyone have any questions for our investigator? I do have a question. So, when it came to the response time, I know that you indicated that there was essentially an error, that somebody marked that somebody had arrived already, which I'm assuming either decreases the priority level and or means that other people aren't going to show up if somebody's already marked that somebody's there. Now, in your review, I saw, or in the report, I saw that this was corrected once it was discovered, and because of that, it doesn't rise to the level of a kind of GPO violation per the rule. So, does the rule kind of state that under prompt correction, or under realization, this is what you do?
Correct. Yeah. So once it's corrected and acknowledged, then I guess the chronology report is then reflects what actually happened rather than being incorrect reporting.
Okay. And this was something that was, and this was an error that was made by was it an officer or was dispatch? It was an officer who mistakenly labeled that they were there, and then dispatch recorded that.
Correct.
Or
Yeah.
was it
So
just okay?
the officer marked that he was arrived while he was still en route, and then shortly after advised radio that he accidentally hit that. And then the complainant was upset because the dispatchers told her that he was on scene, and obviously, her being there,
Right.
he wasn't.
He wasn't. And so is it just like is it a button, or
Yeah.
is it something that he hits on his computer in his squad car? That wasn't clear to me from when I was reviewing it, how exactly that happened. But it's not like he radioed in and said, I was there, but he
Yeah.
wasn't actually there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He accidentally hit a button.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions for our investigator? All right, hearing none, does anyone want to make any motions?
I'll make some motions.
Okay, and I think this is one that we can
Yes,
consolidate.
I think we can. Okay. In OPS case number 2023-0252, as for, I'm going to list all the dispatch. As for the dispatcher, Sonia Alvarez, bed 031, Mary, I'm going to have trouble with the last name, Grisla Wapia, badge number 151, dispatcher Constant Hollinger, badge number 104, dispatcher Sarah Koch, badge number 183, dispatch Jacqueline Ortiz Mendez, badge number 132, dispatcher Paige Vargo, badge number 005, dispatcher Linda Vole, badge number 127, and dispatcher Jackie Williams, badge number 174. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence shows, including the reports from dispatch, that the delay in response was not due to any misconduct on the part of the dispatchers, but had to do with the workload, and also that police officer Camp accidentally noted he had arrived when he had not. Therefore, I move for a finding of exonerated.
Second.
All right, we have a motion for exonerated that has been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
I think I'm going to take the, I think I'm going to combine the next two unless Law sees some issue with that. In terms of
Yeah, I don't have an issue. I
two
think that's good.
officers for B and the two officers for C, I'm going to do them, two officers together.
Yep, I think that works.
Okay. In case number 2023-0252, as to police officer Spencer Camp, badge number 1516, and police officer Luis Melendez Jr., badge number 1562. I move a finding of exonerated or unfounded. The preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, the WCS footage, reports, indicate that the alleged conduct did not occur, that the two officers did listen to and investigate this situation, listened to all parties, took their time in hearing all the information, spoke to a supervisor, and that their investigation was consistent with Manual Rules 4.18. Therefore, I move that this be unfounded.
Second.
All right, that's been seconded by member Mountcastle. We have a motion on the floor for unfounded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
Okay. In case number 2023-0252, as to allegation C, bias policing based on race, as to police officer Spencer Camp, badge number 1516, and police officer Luis Melendez Jr., badge number 1562. I move that this finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, particularly the WCS footage as well as reports, indicate that this did not occur.
All right, we have a
I
motion
second.
for unfounded. Can we get a second?
I second the motion.
All right, seconded by member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, I think that's it for that case, so we can move on to the next case.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have case number 5, OPS 2023-0256. Complainant is Adara Martin, and the investigator is Investigator Oak.
All right. Again, this is OPS case 2023-0256 with the complainant Ms. Adara Martin. Subject officers are Detective Michael Cox, badge 163, and Patrol Officer James Ortels, badge 104. So Ms. Adara Martin alleges that Patrol Officer James Ortels and Detective Michael Cox falsified her OH1 crash report and talks negatively about her when she came into the 5th District on October 20th, 2023. Ms. Martin ran a red light and was struck on her vehicle's driver's side. Patrol Officer James Ortels and Detective Michael Cox responded to the scene. Detective Cox and P.O. Ortels utilized RTCC footage, so street cam footage, to determine that Ms. Martin and the other driver were both at fault since both drivers ran the red light. An OH1 report was made. Ms. Martin was driving without a valid driver's license. Ms. Martin and her children were then transported via EMS. Ms. Martin went to the 5th District Station on October 20th to have them change the OH1 report. P.O. Ortels walked Ms. Martin through the reasoning behind why she was at fault. And then P.O. Ortels and Detective Cox abided by CDP GPOs and rules by properly completing the OH1 report. And then also there's no evidence of unprofessional behavior on behalf of Detective Michael Cox or Patrol Officer James Ortels. And then with that, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A, lack of service, against Patrol Officer James Ortels, badge 104, and Detective Michael Cox, badge 163, as the preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with Manual of Rules 9.01 and GPO 8.1.02. And then lastly, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded for allegation B, unprofessional behavior, against Patrol Officer James Ortels and Detective Michael Cox, as the preponderance of evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer's actions were consistent with Manual of Rules 5.09. And then with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for Investigator Oak? All right. Hearing none, does anyone want to make any motions?
I'll make the motion.
All right, Member Moore.
In OPS case number 2023-0256, in the matter of Detective Michael Cox, badge number 163, and Patrol Officer James Ortels, badge number 104, regarding allegation A for both officers' lack of service. I move that the finding be exonerated.
All right, we have a motion for exonerated. I'm going to make the friendly amendment that we include the rationale that the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, support that the alleged conduct did occur, in that there was an investigation done and a report was completed. But the conduct the conduct carried out was actually within the standards that were aligned. So I think in the allegation that we're basically saying that more should have been done, but what was done was sufficient, I think is the point. So yeah, so I would just add the friendly amendment of the rationale. Member Sharp. Well, I guess first, Member Moore, do you accept my friendly amendment?
I accept your friendly amendment.
Okay, all right. Member Sharp.
Now, with that friendly amendment, I second Mr. Moore's motion.
Okay, so seconded by Member Sharp. All those in favor of exonerated, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries.
All right. Want me to tackle the next one?
Yep.
All right, LPS case 2023-0256 for Officer Ortels, badge number 104, and Detective Michael Cox, badge number 163. I move again that the allegation B for unprofessional behavior upon the preponderance of the evidence and the fact that it was investigated with the allegation being unfounded, that the accusation be unfounded.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor for unfounded. Can I get a second?
Second.
Seconded by member Mountcastle. All those in favor of unfounded, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right. So we're good on that one. So we'll move to the next case.
Okay, next we have case number 6 on the agenda. That's OPS 2023-0280. The complainant is Lynn Cartaleon, and the investigator is Investigator Oak.
All right, last one. So again, this is OPS case 2023-0280 with the complainant Mrs. Lynn Cartaleon with the subject officer of Sergeant John Kubis, badge 9276. So Mrs. Lynn Cartaleon alleged that CDP personnel mishandled her son's murder investigation. Ms. Cartaleon's son Brandon was murdered on July 27th, 2011. She alleges that the responding officer, Sergeant John Kubis, made disturbing comments on scene. She also alleged that retired Detective Lem Griffin mishandled the investigation by mishandling evidence, failing to use found evidence, and not promptly addressing the case in a timely manner. WCS body cameras were not issued to officers until February of 2015, 4 years after the incident. The evidence for the alleged unprofessional complaints and found no direct evidence to substantiate whether Ms. Cartaleon's allegations did or did not occur. Due to Detective Lem Griffin being retired and no longer employed by CDP, the allegation of lack of service, insufficient service is recommended as an administrative dismissal. And then at the time of the investigation, Cleveland police transferred the case over to the FBI to investigate, and has since been completed as of August of 2025. And then with that, OPS recommends that allegation B, unprofessional behavior against Sergeant John Kubis, badge 9267, be insufficient evidence, as the preponderance of evidence fails to establish whether the alleged conduct did or did not occur. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right. Thank you for that presentation. You got cut off momentarily, but I think we got to just. So does anyone have any questions for our investigator? All right, seeing none. First, I do want to just, for the record, state that these complaints were also originally lodged also against Detective Lemmy Griffin, badge number 1611, but they are no longer with the CDP as of 1/28/2015. So we will not be adjudicating those allegations. So there's only one remaining allegation here. But with that, would anyone like to make a motion?
I can make a motion, Chair.
All right, Member Sharp.
Okay. In case number 2023-0280, allegation B, unprofessional behavior conduct against Detective Griffin, badge number 1611. My recommendation is for insufficient evidence.
Hold on. No, we're not.
Oh, sorry. You're right. Sorry. Let me start over. In case number 2023-0280, allegation B against Sergeant Kubis, badge number 9276. My recommendation is for insufficient evidence based on the preponderance of the evidence. Given that there was no WCS, my recommendation is for insufficient evidence.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for insufficient evidence. Can we get a second?
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. And that was the only motion we needed for that case. So let's move on to the next one.
Okay, next we have case number 7 on the agenda. It's OPS 2024-0005. The complainant is Donnie Brown, and it will be presented by Investigator Kabir.
Hello, board.
Hello.
This is OPS case 2024-005. Subject officer, the complainant is Donnie Brown. The subject officers are Sergeant Andrew Harhay, badge number 9136, and PO Jordan Tipton, badge number 1591. On 10 January 2024, Mr. Brown contacted the Office of Professional Standards and alleged he was improperly arrested for domestic violence. Mr. Brown stated he had been punched in the head several times and knocked unconscious by his wife and daughter. He further stated he was provided no medical attention. Our key findings. On 2 December 2023, the Cleveland Division of Police were dispatched to a domestic violence call at Mr. Brown's home. Mr. Brown's wife accused him of threatening her with a knife. Mr. Brown stated that this did not happen. Due to conflicting stories and in accordance with GPO 5.05.01 domestic violence, the responding patrols contacted their supervisor, Sergeant Harhay, for determination on who should be charged. Upon arrival, Sergeant Harhay spoke with Mr. Brown, saw no visible injuries on Mr. Brown, and determined that he was the primary aggressor. Due to statements from Mr. Brown's wife and daughter, to include the 911 call from Mrs. Brown. When Sergeant Harhay spoke with Mr. Brown, he was alert and aware of his surroundings. Mr. Brown did not request medical assistance from any CDP members. However, he stated the Cuyahoga County Correctional Facility did not provide medical services. This complaint did not fall within the scope of OPS, as OPS does not investigate the Cuyahoga County Correctional Facility. Based on the investigation of the citizen's complaint, OPS recommends allegation A, improper arrest, against Sergeant Harhay be exonerated, as the preponderance of the evidence, to include officers WCS, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officers' actions were consistent with law, Cleveland Division of Police General Orders, training, and procedures. Additionally, based on the investigation of the citizen complaint, OPS recommends allegation B, lack of service, against PO Tipton be unfounded, as preponderance evidence to include the WCS supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. This concludes the investigation, pending your questions.
Okay. All right.
Here.
Thank you for that report. Does anyone have any questions for the investigator? Member Sharp?
Yeah, not really a question for the investigator. Just on the agenda, there was no allegation B. It looks like both the sergeant and the PO were being charged with allegation A. Just for a point of clarification on the agenda.
Right. Yeah. On the agenda, it is listed as on the agenda is listed under one allegation for improper procedure, improper arrest for both. And in the report, there's there's allegation B of lack of service against Officer Tipton.
Just so if whoever's making the motions, that they put the distinction between the two.
Yeah, so for purposes of the motion, I think that the actual complaint was that it was improper arrest and unprofessional conduct.
That was a lack of service. It was improper arrest and a lack of service for the medical treatment.
Good question though. Is that against both
No, sure.
Sergeant and PO, or is it one allegation for one and one allegation for the other?
Oh yeah, so Sergeant Harhay, his only accusation was for the improper arrest. For P.O. Tipton, it was the lack of service only.
Thank you, Investigator Kabir.
Okay, and that lack of service was related specifically to the what am I trying to say? To the alleged failure to ask about medical attention and also about the investigation itself.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So now that we kind of got that cleared up, so for the record, we'll have to have instead of allegation A under Officer Tipton, it'll be allegation B for insufficient, for improper, what words are escaping me right now? A lack of service. Sorry. For lack of service. It'll be allegation B, lack of service. Okay. Now, that being said, does anyone have any additional questions, or does anyone want to make any motions? Okay. Hearing none,
No, I was gonna say, since I screwed it up, I would do it. But go ahead. You were ready.
I have zero preference. Okay. So this is for case 2024-0005 regarding for Sergeant Andrew Harhay, badge number 136, regarding allegation A of improper procedure for an improper arrest. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, support that the alleged conduct did occur and that an arrest was made of the complainant. But however, the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the applicable GPOs and manual rules, because an investigation did occur at the scene and witnesses were interviewed and the determination was made by the officer. So again, my motion is for exonerated.
Can I do
Second.
Wait a minute.
Oh.
Can I do a friendly amendment? I believe his
Friendly.
badge number, even though it says 136 on here, I believe
Oh, it's
the investigator indicated 9136. Yeah.
Right. So okay,
That's correct.
yeah, I see that now too in the report. Yeah, I was reading. Okay, yeah, badge number 9136.
Thank you.
So yeah, I will accept
Accept that.
friendly amendment.
All right. With that friendly amendment, I will second your motion, the chair's motion.
Okay, so we have a second from member Sharp. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0005. And this is for P.O. Jordan Tipton, badge number 1591, regarding allegation B of lack of service. I move that this be unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur, as the complainant never requested medical service, nor was there any evidence present that he needed any medical service, and no other unprofessional or lack of service was found. So again, my motion is for unfounded.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and that's that for that one. So we will move on to the next case.
Okay, next we have case number 8 on the agenda. That's OPS 2024-0012. The complainant is John Hillegas, and it will be presented by Investigator Lampkin.
Hello again. Okay, so as she said, case number 2024-0012. The subject officer is P.O. Spencer Camp, C-A-M-P, badge number 1516. The initial allegation is lack of service, no service. On July 22nd, 2023, Mr. Hillgas reported that P.O. Camp, badge number 1516, treated him unfairly and instructed him to go to McDonald's to prevent a domestic dispute between himself and his partner. Based on the findings of this investigation, P.O. Camp 1516 communication with Mr. Hillgas was direct, appropriate, and professional. During the interaction, Mr. Hillgas was verbally aggressive, loud, and confrontational. In accordance with best practice de-escalation procedures, P.O. Camp, badge number 1516, advised Mr. Hillgas, identified as the primary aggressor, to temporarily leave the residence and go to McDonald's to calm down, thereby reducing the likelihood of CDP returning to the scene and the potential for an arrest. Throughout the investigation, Mr. Hillgas displayed verbally aggressive and confrontational behavior toward his former partner inside the residence they jointly occupied. P.O. Camp, badge number 1516, identified Mr. Hillgas as the primary aggressor and instructed him to contact a friend who could assist him in de-escalating. When he was unable to reach anyone, he was asked whether he could go to a nearby McDonald's to calm down. This approach was consistent with best practices intended to prevent a potential return call for services and reduce the likelihood of an arrest stemming from a domestic dispute. Throughout the interaction, P.O. Camp communicated in a direct yet professional manner, and Mr. Hillgas complied without incident. This case is referenced Manual Rules Number 5, Behavior, Section 5.09. Personnel shall be courteous and respectful in their speech, conduct, and contact with others. And General Police Order 5.05.01, Section 2.b. Members shall separate the parties for purposes of investigation and shall make every effort to identify and arrest the primary physical aggressor. OPS findings. OPS recommends a finding of exonerated for allegation A, lack of service, no service, against P.O. Spencer Camp, badge number 1516, as the preponderance of the evidence gathered throughout the investigation to include WCS footage, incident reports, and interviews supports a finding that the alleged conduct did occur, but the officer's actions were consistent with law, Cleveland Division of Police General Police Orders, training, and procedures. Any questions?
All right, thank you for that presentation. I see we have a couple hands. Member Sharp, I saw your hand first, then Member Saganovich will go to you.
Investigator Lampkin,
Yes.
did I hear you correctly? Did I hear you correctly in saying that the complainant Hillgas suggested or asked could he go to McDonald's and cool off? Was that correct?
No, sir. The officer suggested to Mr. Hillgas if he can call someone to help him de-escalate. And when he could not, he was asked if he could take a walk to McDonald's to cool off.
Oh, so the officer asked Mr. Hillgas.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Saganovich?
Well, I guess I have a couple of things here. First of all, when you in the GPO, understanding of the GPO is that they separate the parties to investigate the situation. It is not best practice to send somebody away temporarily because oftentimes they'll come back and create the same problem. And if he did identify him as a primary aggressor, it indicates that they should arrest a primary aggressor. I don't know if there was enough evidence here to arrest anybody. From my looking at the WCS, I'm not sure. However, separating the parties does not mean sending somebody away. I think this officer is misconstruing the way to handle this, and it's not best practice. So I'm not sure how, Investigator Lampkin, I know you said it's best practice, but it really isn't in terms of domestic violence. They're supposed to separate and get both stories and then make a determination. That the separation is just so that the two parties don't escalate at that moment, but it's not sending someone away that you can't talk to them. And I'm not sure why there was only one, was there only one officer on the scene? That's my question.
At that time, yes.
Yeah, that's not really the way they should handle domestic disputes anyway. They should, almost always send 2 officers so that they could have each officer talk to the individuals. So it seems to me there's a few things that didn't go right here, but I'm concerned that Police Officer Camp thinks that sending someone away or getting someone to talk to somebody to de-escalate themselves is a good practice. And it's an old practice, but it's not the practice at the time that this happened.
Yeah, so I remember again.
I just have a question regarding that, those comments. So is the best practice to separate the parties where they're located? So you go in that room, you go in that room. And then at that point, if there isn't sufficient evidence for the officer to determine somebody needs to be arrested here, what's the best practice at that point? Because now he's leaving and they're both in the same house. So I'm just confused as to what the practice should be, because to me it seemed logical. Like you're upset, leave the house. Now he said go to McDonald's, but he could have said go stand out in the front yard or go for a walk around the block or whatever. That seems reasonable to me. And I'm just curious as to what is best practice? What are they supposed to do in that case? If they don't know, if they don't have what they believe is sufficient evidence to arrest somebody.
I understand what you're saying, Dave. And you're right, if they really don't have anything, but he never took the time to really separate them and get the stories individually to find out whether or not he had sufficient evidence to find a primary aggressor. And that's the issue. And the other thing is, as soon as he got there and decided it was a domestic violence case or potential domestic violence case, he should have called for another car to have somebody else come out there. That would have been the best practice. When you have 2 people in the room, kind of given their sides of the story, you don't always get exactly what it should be. If he had taken the guy outside and talked to him for a while and then went back in and talked to her, and got a full story, who knows what the thing would be. But you're right. There's very little they can do if they can't aggressor. It's just the way he investigated it didn't lend itself to him being able to find a primary aggressor. But he also seemed to think that the man was the aggressor because that's who he asked to leave. So it's hard to say.
Yeah. Yeah. And I guess maybe I was speaking more generically as to what they should be doing in a situation. But in this case, the person that he sent away, he, was the person that was the most agitated, was the most upset. And maybe because he was by himself, just you go over there, you stay over here, wasn't going to work. That person was going to stay upset. If you said, you go in the other room while I talk to this person, they were going to be screaming and yelling in the other room. So maybe this goes back to the root cause problem that he didn't call somebody else in, but I'm kind of wondering what else he could have done other than call somebody else in if his thought was just keeping him in the same house here with one yelling in the other room isn't beneficial to de-escalating this situation. It seemed like he basically said, go for a walk and cool down because I can't deal with both of you right now with you in here yelling and screaming. So I'm not saying that that's best practice, but it seems logical to me that what he did, sans not calling help.
So I will, I see a couple hands. Investigator Lampkin, I'm actually going to bounce back to you first. And then I see Ms. Schwartz, I see you as well. But I'll go to Ms. Lampkin first.
Thank you for that. So by the time the officer arrived on scene, the incident was not to the point where no one was going to be physically hurt. The complainant was just still clearly upset over the situation that occurred prior to the officer arriving. And the officer deduced that he simply just needed to calm down and separate himself. And the situation was not to the point, he felt the situation was not to the point where an arrest needed to be made. It's just a argument that he felt, and also the complainant felt, was better if he just separated himself to calm down.
All right, thank you for that additional background, Ms. Schwark. First of all, welcome.
Thank you.
I know that you've just joined our team recently. So yeah, generally in these discussions, we limit our discussion to the investigator on the report. But that being said, if there are others in the room who can provide information that is relevant, we will of course welcome that from the other members of OPS as well. So with that, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to kind of bounce back off of what Tammy just said, but essentially, so if an officer goes out and there can be a primary aggressor without being physical. So if it was physical, obviously arrest if there's a primary aggressor. If it's a verbal domestic, then there's really a lot of limitation on what can be done after that, short of just leaving the scene. So I think it appears that that officer was offering, something instead of just leaving them there and clearing. And I believe Investigator Lampkin just said that the other involved party was okay with that as well.
All right. Yeah, so my thoughts are that one, I guess when it comes to determining who the primary aggressor was, determining whether or not there was an arrest, short of any sort of egregious, kind of clear violation that we see of the officer evaluating what was in front of them. I know the board in the past has kind of deferred to officer discretion in a lot of these cases. I know that's what my thought process was as far as that goes. As far as I know, we've been using the language like best practices. And Investigator Lampkin, this is a question for you. I mean, is there, and I'm assuming the answer to this is no, but I mean, is there somewhere where it's like specifically written like, hey, these are the best practices of what you should do in this moment at this time, besides, calling, including, calling for backup in that moment. And I'm thinking about, if we're talking about whether or not any of this rises to the level of any sort of manual rule or GPO violation, I'd like for there to be something in writing that we can point to say, hey, this is what you were supposed to do that you didn't do. So, I mean, does that exist or no?
During the interview, he commented that he thought it was best for him to just have them separated. And so in my report, that's where best practices came from. So it was to have the report more professional sounding than within the interview.
Okay, but there's nothing enumerated about, in this type of situation, in your investigation, did you find anything that kind of directly pointed to what he should have done in this situation?
To be? Okay, in field investigations 2B, it states members shall separate the parties for purposes of investigation and shall make every effort to identify and arrest the primary physical aggressor by considering the following. And then it goes on to list other findings as it relates to that statement.
Okay, member.
So there was no, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So
No,
it
go
also alludes to injuries and physical aggressions, medical treatment and things of that nature, or history. So none of that occurred during the investigation.
Okay. Member Sharp.
Yeah, and Investigator Lampkin, was there a reason we didn't have any WCS on this one? Because when I looked
It
at the
was
videos, I only saw the 2 interviews.
out of retention.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
Member Mountcastle.
Is there any requirement in the GPO for both parties to be interviewed at the scene?
I don't think so. And I'm Investigator Lamb can
Um,
correct me if I'm wrong.
no,
I don't know that it's enumerated in that particular fashion, but I
it's
mean the
not.
officers are required to do a thorough investigation, and one would assume that a thorough investigation would involve at least talking to both parties.
Yeah, because one would be the aggressor, but if you're not the aggressor, you would be questioned to get your side of the story, but you wouldn't be put in the same category as the aggressor if you're the person the verbal or physical aggression is coming on to.
Mm-hmm.
And it says in the GPO, well, you didn't ask about arrest, but it does state arresting both persons involved shall be the last resort. So that wouldn't have been applied to this.
Member Saganovich.
Yeah, I want to thank the law department for their take on this because I think that's really important. Because we don't have the WCS, we really don't know if the officer took the time to really investigate this and get statements from each party. So to me, it's like it's a little confusing. I just wanted to make clear that it's not best practice to send somebody away in general. That may be a practice that he may have, in his discretion, that may have been the best thing he could do at that time, but it's really hard to tell since we don't have the WCS.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it did appear to me that the officer obviously was trying to defuse the situation in the moment, was trying to figure out a way to calm people down. I mean, I think that is certainly a de-escalation tactic. I think when it comes to the specific phrasing of like best practices, of what best practices are, I think that which is why I asked if those are like enumerated somewhere, because that phrase usually implies that there's some sort of research or something behind it where people have taken a look at multiple situations and said, hey, in these kind of situations, this is the best practice of what to do, as opposed to just this is an example of a de-escalation tactic, which I think it was. But I think that the crux of what we're dealing with about whether or not there was any sort of GPO violated, I think maybe a different question. And so I don't know where anybody's leaning towards that, but I am going to push us to wrap up the conversation very shortly. Member Sharp?
Yeah, Investigator Lampkin, just wanted to know really quick, did Mr. Hillgas take the officer up on the request or suggestion that he go to McDonald? Did he take him up on that?
Yes.
Yeah, he went and he said he came back and there were issues actually when he came back. As part of the complaint, right? Is that he said he left, and then when he came back, the people who he was having issues with were still there, and then he claimed some of his property was gone. So, I mean, it's not like we're dealing with a situation where he left, and diffused, and then nothing happened. Right now,
Right.
We can't necessarily substantiate that all of this stuff happened, but he's alleging now. The officer told me to leave my house. Right? Is his complaint? Right? The officer told me to leave my house. I was home. Officer made me leave, and I came back. The problem really wasn't solved. And now there are new problems of like, now my stuff is missing. And I think that's why the complainant was upset. And so I do think that is worth a mention. Was that was something that I noticed, was that to Member Saganovich's point, even though I think it may have resolved things in the moment, I don't know that it necessarily resolved the issue overall. I also don't know that the officer was in the place where he was required to resolve the issue for all of eternity. That was an exaggeration, but or whether he's just required to resolve things in the moment. But with that being said, Member Saganovich, I saw you had your hand up, so I don't know if you wanted to say anything else before we wrap up.
It's just a quick comment. There are best practices out there. They're not part of the GPO.
Right.
The GPO does best practice up to a point, but you couldn't enumerate it all. It's,
Yeah.
but that's just a whole nother topic that we really can't deal with at this point.
I mean, we can always send it to the CPC. That's their job. All right. So with that, does anybody have anything else they want to, put forth for our consideration? Any points, thoughts about, particularly as we move towards voting? Does anybody have any particular strong thoughts about, where they think the board should, where they think we should be leaning? I don't know if any board members have any thoughts on that. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion if anybody wants to make one.
I would say, Chair, because there's no WCS, I would say insufficient evidence as opposed to complete exoneration. I'm just
Anybody else have any thoughts on that? I mean, I could certainly see the
I
logic
would
behind
lean,
that.
I would lean toward insufficient evidence.
Okay.
I would say insufficient evidence too.
Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
I can do it. Case number 2024-0012, allegation of lack of service, no service against PO Camp, badge number 1516. My recommendation is for lack of evidence based on the preponderance of the evidence, and given that there was no WCS, my recommendation is for lack of insufficient evidence.
I will offer a friendly amendment that we add additional rationale that while the officer did, attempt to implement de-escalation tactics, we're just not sure what the extent of his investigation was. And so therefore we can't make a determination as to whether or not sufficient service was provided.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for insufficient evidence. Does anyone want to second?
Second.
It's been seconded by member Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that motion carries. All right, and that was the only motion that we need to make for that case. So let's move on to the next one.
Okay, next we have case number 9 on the agenda. That's OPS 2024-0015. Complainant is Marquana Timpins, and it will be presented by Investigator Eisen.
OPS 2024-0015. On January 24th, 2024, the complainant, Ms. Marquana Tippins, filed a complaint against Detective Joseph Edwards for lack of service and unprofessional conduct, flowing from her concerns about his investigation into the sexual assault of her minor child. Ms. Tippins requested a female detective on the case. She also alleged that he had an attitude towards Ms. Tippins and her child.
Hold on one second.
Detective
Sorry,
Edwards
Investigator
said the
Eisen.
case-
Sorry, I'm gonna jump in really
Yes.
quick. Never mind. Go ahead. I was gonna ask somebody to mute, but they already did it. They beat me to it. So sorry, go ahead.
She alleged that he had an attitude toward Ms. Tippins and her child. Detective Edwards said the cases were handed out on a rotational basis by the supervisor. Ms. Tippins contacted Detective Edwards' supervisor, Sergeant Gregory Williams, who told Ms. Tippins via phone and in an email to OPS he would not reassign the case, but that a female social worker or detective could be present during the forensic interview of her daughter. A female social worker from Canopy Children's Advocacy Center conducted the forensic interview. Detective Edwards, in an email to OPS, said that members of the Human Trafficking Task Force were involved in assisting the investigation. The suspect, Mr. Demarion Seawright, was convicted of 1 count of attempted unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, sentenced to 5 years of probation, and required to register as a Tier 1 sex offender. For allegation A, lack of service, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, to include a statement from Detective Edwards and an email from Sergeant Williams, supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred but was consistent with page 7 of the CDP Detective Manual. For allegation B, unprofessional conduct, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded, as the preponderance of the evidence, to include WCS footage and interviews, supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur. I'll take your questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anybody have any questions for Investigator Eisen? All right, yeah, it seemed like most of this complaint was about we have another bias policing here, which we need specific evidence for that, and even the unprofessional behavior and the lack of service that we're so actually this is not okay, sorry, I scrolled down to the wrong one. Yeah, lack of service, unprofessional behavior. Okay, yeah, nobody has any questions. Anybody want to make any motions? I won't overly drag this out unnecessarily. If nobody has any questions. All right, hearing none, I will make some motions. Okay, case number 2024-0015 for Officer or Detective Joseph Edwards, badge number 1940, regarding allegation A, lack of service, no service in violation of Detective Manual, page 7. I move that this be exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and other written documentation, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, and that there was there was an investigation done, but there were certain pieces of evidence that were considered at certain times more relevant than others. This was something that the complainant had an issue with, but it was in alignment with the Detective Manual, page 7, and the way that the investigation was supposed to be carried out. Not only that, but this investigation ultimately led to actual charges being filed. And so with that, the conduct was carried out in alignment with Detective Manual, page 7, and other GPOs and standards in alignment with CDP policy. So again, my motion is for exonerated.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0015 for Detective Joseph Edwards, badge number 1940, regarding allegation B, unprofessional behavior, professional conduct, under the alleged violation of Manual Rule 5.01, regarding comments that were made during the course of his investigation at the scene, and the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, written reports, and interviews, supports that the alleged conduct did occur and that those statements were made, but that the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards of Manual Rule 5.01, because those questions were appropriate given the investigation itself. So again, my motion is for exonerated.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and that's all we have for that one. So let's move on to the next one.
Okay, next we have case number 10 on the agenda, OPS 2024-0019. Complainant is Karima Marshall, and will be presented by Investigator Eisen.
2024-0019. On January 29th, 2024, the complainant, Ms. Karima Marshall, alleged biased policing, non-professional conduct against PO Michael Deegan, badge number 1931, and PO Lewis Stevens, badge number 2051, saying there was a conversation around race between her and another individual that made the officer uncomfortable. She further alleged a lack of service against Sergeant Roland Brown, badge number 9138, saying he refused to assist her when she spoke to him on the phone. For allegation A, bias policing against P.O. Deegan, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded as race was never mentioned in any way, shape, or form during their interaction and was compliant with CDP Manual Rule 5.01. For allegation B, unprofessional conduct against P.O. Michael Deegan, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that everything P.O. Deegan said was consistent with CDP Manual Rules 5.01, 5.08, and 5.09. For allegations C and D, bias policing and unprofessional conduct against P.O. Lewis Stevens, OPS recommends findings of unfounded as P.O. Stevens remained outside during the entirety of these interactions with Miss Marshall and did not communicate with her. Sergeant Brown retired January 12, 2026. The allegation against him for lack of service has been administratively dismissed. I will take your questions.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Investigator Eisen? I actually do have a question, and it's about the specifics of the complaint. And it was a little bit confusing for me to get my arms around specifically what the allegation was in relation to what ultimately we're saying is exonerated, and that's why I kind of want to have a little dialogue so we're specific about what conduct we're saying occurred for the purposes of exoneration. So we have the bias policing allegation, and Miss Marshall was basically saying that they were uncomfortable with the conversation she was having, and it wasn't anything they were specifically saying, or was she alleging that they said something in response to her conversation that she was also uncomfortable with?
It was the former bait. When I called her after I got the case, it was the former where she was having a conversation with another person and saying the officers were just uncomfortable with their conversation that they were having about race.
Okay, and she didn't point to any specific conduct that they were actually did or said. She just said that they were uncomfortable.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And this was just one of those where, you know, we talked about this before about like exonerated versus unfounded, and sometimes I'm just, because the conduct that she's alleging is that they were uncomfortable with a racial conversation that was going, or a race-based conversation that was going on, but the findings are that there was no conversation going on. So I'm not sure that there was conduct here that occurred that matched what the allegation was. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it was basically an upstairs downstairs neighbor dispute, and the upstairs neighbor was mad because her medicine for her child had been taken. The downstairs neighbor had it. The officer took it back upstairs. He eventually started to lose his patience a little bit and just was like, I've already been out here multiple times. I don't want to keep coming back out here. And he raised his voice a little, but it wasn't anything that would have been outside of any other person raising their voice to somebody else.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I'm wondering if the policing is really unfounded. Because although she said the officer felt uncomfortable, they didn't do anything that would even come close to, rather than exonerated.
Yeah, I'd agree that I probably lean towards unfounded for the bias policing portion, because there's just absolutely nothing here. And so I don't know, you know, if we have to say like there's certain conduct occurred under exoneration, I don't know that any conduct occurred. I mean, I get the point that Investigator Eisen is making about like the raised voice, but I think that would go to the exoneration of the unprofessional behavior, not necessarily the exoneration of the bias policing, unless she was specifically saying he was raising his voice because he was uncomfortable with the racial conversation. Then I guess that may actually go to the bias policing portion.
Yeah.
But again, I think we're splitting hairs a little bit, but I do agree that I would probably lean toward unfounded for bias policing for both officers, and then probably exonerated for the unprofessional behavior for some of the other conduct that did occur.
Well, that's a typo on the agenda. I recommended unfounded for the bias policing.
That makes sense.
Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. Does anybody else have any other questions, comments, concerns for our investigator? Okay. Hearing none. Anybody want to make any motions? Bless you. I didn't hear it. I saw it. Okay. Again, hearing none, I will make some motions. So in case number 2024-0019, for officers Michael Dagan, badge number 1931, and Officer Lewis Stevens, badge number 2051, regarding allegation A of bias policing and alleged violation of Manual Rules 5.01, 5.09, and GPO 1.07.08. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur, as there was zero evidence of any sort of racial or race-based conversation even going on in the officer's presence for them to be uncomfortable. And by extension, there's definitely no evidence that they actually were uncomfortable or somehow displayed that. And then, as I guess, as a tertiary matter, even if they were uncomfortable, I don't know that that would necessarily even rise to the level of bias policing just because they're made uncomfortable by a conversation. So for all of those reasons, I am making a motion for unfounded.
I second the motion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, case number 2024-0019, for officers Michael Dagan, badge number 1931, and Officer Lewis Stevens, badge number 2051. This is for allegation B of unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct.
Excuse me, Mayor. I think you need to take separately because they were one's exonerated and one's unfounded.
You're right.
Sorry.
No, it's
Sorry to
okay. I'm
interrupt.
glad you said that now before I got further. So, for this motion, this will be in for Officer Michael Dagan, badge number 1931, for allegation B of unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct under Manual Rule 5.01. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, and that the officer did raise his voice and appear to become impatient, a bit impatient at the scene, but that this conduct was not in violation of the standards outlined in any GPOs or manual rules, particularly in Manual Rule 5.01. So therefore, my motion is for exonerated.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0019. This is for Officer Lewis Stevens, badge number 2051, regarding allegation B for unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 5.01. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including WCS footage, interviews, and written reports, establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur, as there's no evidence of any unprofessional behavior from officers or any perceived unprofessional behavior by Officer Stevens. So again, my motion is for unfounded.
Second.
Seconded by Member Saganovich. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and for the record, Sergeant Roland Brown, badge number 9138, was also involved in this case, but as he is no longer with the department, this allegation has been administratively dismissed. So with that, are all of the motions that we needed for that case. So we'll move on to the next one.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have case number 11, OPS 2024-0037. Complainant is Andrea Manning, and it will be presented by Investigator Eisen.
OPS 2024-0037. On February 23rd, 2024, the complainant, Ms. Andrea Manning, alleged unprofessional conduct against both P.O. Zachary Scanlon, badge number 1339, and P.O. Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525. She believed the officers had an attitude, were mocking her, and implied she was a drug addict. Ms. Manning said she sued CMHA but did not have an attorney. She told the officer she wanted her information documented for her records. They told her they recorded the information on their body cameras. They advised her that her complaint was civil in nature. They never said anything about race, gender, or anything to imply she was a drug addict. She alleged they told her to make better choices. She asked if they thought she would choose to live there, and P.O. Scanlon said, quote, "We all make choices." Nothing was said about her needing to make better choices. She called a second time, and when they came back, she refused to speak with them. For the allegation of lack of service, unprofessional conduct against P.O. Zachary Scanlon, badge number 1339, and P.O. Bryce Carmichael, OPS recommends a finding of unfounded, as the preponderance of the evidence gathered throughout the investigation supports a finding that the alleged conduct did not occur and the officer's actions were consistent with Manual Rule 5.01. Any questions?
All right. Thank
I
you
have
for
a
that
question.
presentation.
There's also allegation of lack of service,
Oh, I'm sorry.
not taking a report.
I'm sorry. For the allegation of lack of service, I have that written too. For the allegation of lack of service against P.O. Zachary Scanlon, badge number 1339, and P.O. Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525, OPS recommends a finding of exonerated, as the preponderance of the evidence, specifically Officer WCS footage, supports a finding that the alleged conduct occurred, but his actions, in this case not taking a report on a civil matter, were consistent with Manual Rule sections 3.01 and 4.18. Any questions?
All right. Does anyone have any questions for our investigator? All right. Hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions? Okay, I will make the motions. Okay, 2024-0037 for Officer Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525, regarding allegation A of lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation. Well, actually, I guess we could take both of these at once, right? So this includes Officer Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525, and Officer Zachary Scanlon, badge number 1339, both regarding allegation A, lack of service, insufficient service, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 3.01, 4.18. I move for a finding of exonerated as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports, supports that the alleged conduct did occur, in that these officers did not take a report on this incident, but that the conduct was carried out in alignment with the standards outlined in the relevant GPOs and manual rules, because this was a civil matter that did not require them to take a report. And therefore, I am moving for this to be exonerated.
I second that motion for exoneration.
Seconded by Member Sharp. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, same case 2024-0037. Same officers, Officer Bryce Carmichael, badge number 1525, and Officer Zachary Scanlon, badge number 1339. This is for allegation B, unprofessional behavior, unprofessional conduct, and alleged violation of Manual Rule 5.01. I move for a finding of unfounded as the preponderance of the evidence, including interviews, WCS footage, and written reports establishes that the alleged conduct did not occur.
Second.
Seconded by member Sharp. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, so I think that's all we needed for that case. So we will move on to our next case.
Okay, last case on the agenda is number 12. That is OPS 2024-0077. The complainant is Dolores Pearson. It will be presented by Investigator Boker.
Good morning.
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 Again, this is case 2024-0077. Complainant is Dolores Pearson. This incident occurred on April 8, 2024. It's allegations against P.O. Michael Grunion, G-U-I-O-N, badge number 1926, and Evan Tremagilo, T-R-E-M-A-G-L-I-O, badge number 2510. The complainant alleges the officers engaged in unprofessional behavior conduct in their response to a neighbor's assault allegation against her children. The complainant alleges specifically that the officers called the complainant's landlord, stated she was a nuisance, and the landlord, as a result, asked her to leave the property. The complainant, in her interview, acknowledged she never witnesses the officer speaking to the landlord, but was informed by the landlord that they had contacted him. WCS footage reflects the officers interacting with both the complainant and her neighbor, but they do not reflect the officers ever speaking to the landlord. Additionally, OPS spoke to the landlord, who denied speaking to the officers at all, having any contact. Therefore, OPS recommends that the allegation of unprofessional conduct, a violation of Manual Section 5.01, against both officers be unfounded, as a preponderance of evidence, to include the officers' WCS and the interview with the complainant's neighbor, support a finding that the alleged conduct on or about April 8, 2024, that the officers contacted the complainant's landlord concerning her conduct did not occur, and the officers provided service that aligned with CPC police protocol. That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you for that presentation. And when the officers were on the scene, they spoke with complainant, and they actually told her about her kids potentially being labeled a nuisance directly, right? So that's probably where she got some of that language from.
That's correct.
Yeah. So yeah. Does anybody else have any questions for Investigator Boker? All right, hearing none, would anyone like to make any motions?
I can, Chair.
All right, Mr. Sharp.
Just asking though, recommending that we lump these two together in one motion instead of doing them separate. Okay. And forgive me on these names. Case number 2024-0077. The allegation A, unprofessional behavior conduct against P.O. Gunyon, badge number 1926, and P.O. TREMAGLIO, badge number 2510. My recommendation is for unfounded based on the preponderance of the evidence. And WCS that the actions did not occur. My recommendation is for unfounded.
All right. We have a motion for unfounded. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Seconded by Vice Chair Mountcastle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, and that was the only motion we needed for that case.
Yep.
And I believe that is our last case for today. So now we're going to move forward in our agenda. However, before we move into executive session, people want to take like a 10-minute break. Yeah. Okay.
I would say, yeah.
Okay. So we'll take a 10-minute break. And then we'll go into executive session. So let's take the break first, and then we'll take the executive session vote and go into executive session. So that way it's not just sitting there in executive session. But yeah, so let's take the break now. So let's all be back at 11:12, and then we will take our vote and go into executive session.
Glenn, you're unmuted.
All right. It is 11:12. So all the board members who are back at their stations, can you please get your cameras back on so we can go in, so we can move forward with the meeting.
That was a quick 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a quick meeting. So lucky you got the 10, man. Welcome to my reign of terror.
I was just getting ready to say that. Golly, this is horrible.
You get the rest of the break on the back end. How about that? Okay. See, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, good enough for me. Okay. So I move that we enter executive session for personnel, employment, and discipline matters to be considered, and that we allow into executive session, of course, all board members, as well as counsel from the law department, as well as our administrator, Kristen Traxler, and our general manager, Jessica Watson. Let me make sure. I don't think we need anybody else in there. Yeah, we don't need anybody else in there. And we will.
Somebody will let Glenn know when he comes back that we're in an executive session.
I'm here.
I guess so.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
All right.
Okay. Well, we have to do a roll call vote. Well, first, I need a second. So can I get a second?
Second.
All right, I have a second for member Sharp. So we'll roll call vote. Brandon Brown, aye. Vice Chair Mountcastle.
Here.
I need an aye or a nay, please.
Well, aye.
Member Saganovich.
Technicality.
Aye.
Member Gadden.
I'm here and I.
Member Miller.
Aye.
Member Moore.
Aye.
Member Parker III.
Aye.
Member Sharp.
Aye.
All right. So with that, the motion passes. We'll start executive session with just the board. So can we get a breakout room with just the board, and then shortly we'll let Jim. We'll let you know when we're ready for you guys to come in.
It may take a bit longer this time to create the breakout rooms, but she's working on it.
Okay. All right. We're chilling. Okay, we are back. Once I get 5 pictures, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Thank you for your patience. I am very sorry that I told you it was going to be a short executive session. I really thought that it was, like, really, like, I'm not kidding. I really thought it was. And it was not. And I try not to lie to you guys. I'm very sorry. But alas, here we are, still very much ahead of finishing at 3. So we'll take the wins with the losses. Okay, so moving on to the next portion of our agenda, we have our OPS status report. Since Kristen is having some technical difficulties, Jessica, I don't know if you have anything for us. I see we have some things on the agenda I could just read off, but yep, just
in
that.
December, we received, that's it. We got 19 new complaints and we dismissed 8 cases, not 8 of those, just 8 total.
Yeah, just 8 administrative dismissed in general. So we got 19 new complaints. So, I mean, so it's basically a plus of 11 for the month, a net increase of 11. So yeah, I like the board to keep that in mind as we think about how many cases we're clearing per month. Today we cleared 12. I think based on how fast these went, I think we're seeing that we might be able to get to 15 or 20, which is what I would like to do per month, even if it's, I understand that this was one of those weeks where we didn't have a whole lot to get through, or it just wasn't a lot of debate, but I would like us to get around 15 to 20 per month, hopefully in one session, because that'll put us ahead of the curve and start digging more into our backlog. So thanks for that status report. Now we'll move into old business. So we have our OPS investigator position job posting. So unfortunately, we lost investigator Szymanski. He went on to greener pastures. And so we'll have to fill that position. So our leadership at OPS, Jessica, and General Manager Watson and Administrator Traxler are going to be posting for the OPS investigator position. And also going to be posting for the OPS senior investigator position. And so we will begin the search process for those. The investigator position will be open for a couple weeks, and then the senior investigator position will be open for 30 days. So that'll have a bit of a lengthier process. And then the lengthiest of processes, but to give you guys an update on our OPS administrator search. As you guys know, at the beginning of December, the application collection closed. And so now we are in the process of whittling down our 173 applications that we received. So just based on that number alone, bear with us a little bit. We will be whittling that down. We have hard line criteria that the board has laid out that will, that we wanted to use as kind of a first cut mechanism. And it'll, we did it that way, one, so that not the entire board had to be a part of the first layer of cuts. We just all agreed to what would constitute a cut. But then two, it would obviously remove any sort of subjectivity. It's kind of an objective cut. We are still keeping track of all the resumes, even the ones who don't meet all of the criteria that we laid out. And as we move forward, we will continue to keep people updated as to how that's going, because I understand that both the public, the monitoring team, are, tend to be more interested in that position. And we want to be able to provide those updates because it's a multi-step process. We intend to have interviews and have our selection known by our March meeting. I know we said before we might be trying to aim for our February meeting, so that for our March meeting as like an absolute deadline. And again, some of that is just, it's still a lot of applications to get through. Yeah, so that's kind of where we are with that. Just want to let you guys know we are we are making progress on that. Okay. new business, or yeah, some of this might technically be old business. Let me see. Pull up my notes. Oh, okay. I want to. So this is. I don't know if this is new or old business, but this is definitely this is old business, I think. So this involves OPS case 2025-0264. It has been under investigation in internal affairs, and it's come to our attention that they've completed their investigation, and so now I would like to make a motion that the law department facilitate hiring and using Zash and Rich, or just outside counsel, I guess, per our existing contract, to review the investigation before presenting to the board. So again, my motion is that we request that the law department facilitate hiring outside counsel to handle the investigation of OPS case number 2025-0264.
Second.
All right, that's been seconded by Member Sharp. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. Okay, let me make sure there's nothing else from this part. Okay. One thing I do want to remind the board is that remember to click the acknowledgement within the email that is sent out by OPS. I believe Jessica Angelisi is sending this out. It is in one of the folders. Just when you try to click to go into the cases, there's like basically a cover page. On that cover page has a link. If you for whatever reason can't find it, email Jessica and tell her, hey, I can't find a link, because we need to be keeping track of acknowledging of the fact that we are reviewing our cases before we come here. It is a requirement under the charter. And so I know it's just a checkbox. But it needs to be done. So at the very least, we can look back and say we have acknowledgments from everybody that they reviewed the cases beforehand. If anybody has any questions on that, just let me know, or really just email Jessica. Billy.
I was just gonna say, I thought it was the one time you had to acknowledge. It's every time you review it.
It's every time. It's every time.
Oh, okay.
You thought you clicked one time that you reviewed, like, well, you thought it was like, I promise to review every week.
Yeah, that's it.
So, and also you should be clicking the acknowledgement after you review the cases, because the acknowledgement is that I reviewed all the cases, right? So review the cases. At the end, you click it and say, I reviewed the cases. So don't click it before you review the cases. I mean, yes, no, just don't click it before you review the cases, because then technically you're lying on the acknowledgement. Also, if for whatever reason, never mind, I won't even put that out there. Click it after you review the cases. Review the cases, click on it. And then we're good. Okay. There's a commendation I want to read that we've talked about before that I didn't get a chance to do. Okay. So I'm still going to read the commendation. So we discussed this as a board before, and we've kind of discussed this topic with the public before as well, that so sometimes on occasion we receive notification from the public that an officer has kind of gone above and beyond in the call of duty in their eyes. And so generally it is not the practice of the board to just kind of issue commendations as we see them. But because we have an OPS has a duty, right, to investigate complaints that come in, I think it is just as important that when we get commendations come in from the public and they say, hey, we want to let you guys know that this officer did a great job on this. I think it is also important that we acknowledge that as well. So I say all that to say that we received from a citizen, we received a notice, and they wanted an individual to be recognized, badge number 1146. And this for someone who stated, I'll just read their explanation. It says, I am 71 years old. I experienced an accidental fall at the Cleveland airport. It was all my fault. I was looking more for where the Uber ride would pick me up rather than paying attention and to my immediate surroundings, which caused my fall. 2 police officers rushed to my aid along with EMS. I recorded badge 1146 correctly. And he stated that he missed the other badge number. He was a bit shaken up. Went to the ER later in Virginia. This person was from out of town. But they were happy to report that there were minor injuries. But they said that they appreciated our team's compassion and professionalism. They saw to it that I got safely into my rideshare vehicle. I was born in Cleveland, but now live in Virginia. Great town, and shout out to Cleveland PD. Best regards. So that being said, again, I like to, when possible, we deal with a lot of heavy things and heavy cases, and I think there can be a lot of negativity surrounding what we do. So I think it's great sometimes when we can get these kind of messages, that really put forth the good work that our officers are doing, because I don't want it to be lost on any of us or any members of the public that our officers do good work every day. And that, like most of us, they just want to do their jobs and do them well and get home safely. So with that, I will move on to the next thing on our agenda. I don't know that I had, double check, make sure, see if we have anything else that I need to cover. Board, is there anything else that I forgot to cover? I don't think I have anything. All right, Jessica, is there anything else that I forgot to cover? Do we have any subpoenas that we need to vote on? No subpoenas. Nobody's got anything. Nobody wants to, stand up and pitch a fit for the next 90 minutes.
I will just throw out, the next meeting is in 14 days. So I am about to release the cases to you in the next hour.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good. Okay. So yeah, board, be on the lookout for that. Yeah, that's a great point. Our next meeting will be it's 2 weeks from today. So it'll be the 27th. We agreed upon that at the last meeting. And so yeah, so everybody be prepared for that. If you can make it, great. If you told me that you could make it, please make it. If you told me from the jump that you couldn't be there, I understand. But we need to clear out some of this backlog. So other than that, good work today. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Before I do a motion to adjourn, I just want to clarify that our next meeting is also virtual, correct?
Yes, our next meeting is also virtual.
Just so we all
just so you know. So yeah, so we'll be virtual.
So nobody gets confused.
We'll be virtual next meeting. We'll be virtual.
I understand
in
the
February.
confusion. I have to always look. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
All right, we got a motion to adjourn. Can I get a second?
I second that emotion.
Seconded by Member Moore. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? That motion carries. All right, this meeting is adjourned. I will see you guys in 2 weeks.
All right. Take care, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.